everybody. Are we ready to continue with the Rite of Succession? Are we ready for Yakel? Are we ready for a new glamour? I mean, you guys saw me put it together at the end of last stream, but I still think it's real cute and real fitting for the next part of the story. As soon as the game lets me in. Anyway, hi guys, what's up? I hope the beginning of your week is going well. There we go. Alrighty. We're here! And we got... So. Let's go find out what Alphino wants. Alphino seems eager to review your journey thus far. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone has rested well. I know I have! Now that we have refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all claimants as they currently stand. Zeralja and Kona have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Muklamat would be equal with them, but for Bakuljaja's thievery, which has left us one short. That conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof, and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I will be taking back what is mine. This, I swear. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Bakuljaja's unleashing of Valigarmanda is any inclination. Or, inclination? Indication. Did I read that right? Yeah, that says indication. Whoops. Using his lead, I anticipate that he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say I'd be comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. Hi, Flamba! What's up? If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. The last 2 keystones we require are those of the Lay of Repast and the Lay of the Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamulja and the Jabral in the forests of Yakel. Specifically, near a village called Ikrash. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. Where the Lay of the Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer Ketenram befriended a 2-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Tyrol. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least, that is the commonly held belief. Your 2-headed king certainly sounds like Papa. So this Ketenram fellow must have come to Tuliolol. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet. Vestiges of Yokoi architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarch, didn't you? Then Ketenram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamuk. Mamuk, Is that a city? One of the grandest in Tyrol once upon a time, and the seat of the Mamuljah's homeland. It too lies in Yaktel, not far from Ikrosh. Then all things considered, Yaktel seems the obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We're riding in one of Kona's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? I'm sure it's fine. As long as we don't run into any rough winds, the turbulence should be a little bit better than riding the waves, I think. How exciting! The design of Tyrali dirigibles intrigues me. I must note how they perform compared to Eorzean airships. It'll be fine. Just fine. Wukulmat. For as much as I wish we could ignore him, Bakuljaja is a real threat. We can't afford to let our guard down. Yaktel, where the Akoi dreamt of the Golden City. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought they'd already decided we were headed to Yaktel before. Ready to leave when you are? Yeah, let's go! Nobody else is here, right? Okay, yeah, I've talked to everybody. Alright. The next flight to Yaktel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. You mean I can't just dangle my bag over the edge for funsies? Aww. Are we sure that thing will stay in the air? All the way to Yaktel? Are you ready? Bags packed and, goodbye said? There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure that you're not nervous. Wuklamat, you promised you were gonna be more honest about this shit. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand? Just until I've settled my nerves. Maybe ask Aaronville? You know what? Yeah. Maybe ask Aaronville? That sick in the mud? He'd never let me live it down. There she is. Their promise! Wait just a moment! Oh. Hi, Mablu. Mablu and Tobli! Of course, of course. I'll wait as long as you need. I mean, they did say the ship was about to go, but okay. Or, I'm sorry, dirigible. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Kryle's earring. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Yogg-Tyrol as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant, to whom first tales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salts would prove to be a commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? One in Yaktel, to where it seems you are already bound. What luck! Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there? Or yet another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks. I won't let you down. I've just got to board this dirigible and I'm as good as there. Last call for passengers to Yachtel. I really hope she wins. Yachtel will test her mettle without a doubt. The next Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. Does he know? How widely known is the situation in Mammoth? Oh, speaking of...
The fierce Chebral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yachtel. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named.
Yeah! Oh.
It is here where the Chebral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozamautka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble.
Noted.
So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Chebral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
I get they're kind of doing it for comedy's sake, but like, I do get a little annoyed by how mean the MSQ can get when it comes to Wuklamot sometimes. Like, on one hand, I also have a childhood friend who will say shit like I have in Aaronville, basically. And so, like, on one hand, it does feel realistic. On the other hand, like, they keep making jokes of like, oh my god, I hope Wuklamot doesn't get lost. In the meantime, we haven't gotten any evidence from her specifically that she is prone to getting lost. And oh no, you'd better hold on to this valuable thing in case something happens to it. In the meantime, we haven't actually seen any incidents where Wuklamot, or we'd have any reason to believe that Wuklamot can't be trusted to hang on to valuable things. And so it does just kind of feel like, for the sake of comedic effect, they've given her a friend that, like, is willing to help her, but, Flameba, you're, like, still in Stormblood, right? Let's put it this way, Wuklamont is a Dawntrail character. Oh, Flame? Okay. But either way, Wuklamont is a character in Dawntrail, and she's really unpopular. And honestly, I think a lot of it is... Let's put it this way, her voice actress is trans. And I have definitely seen people call her Woklamont. So that should give you an idea where some of the hate for her comes from. Some people don't like her for the same reason people complained about Lee. Like, a lot of the complaints I hear about her remind me of the complaints about Lise back in Stormblood. And I think part of the issue is just people don't like it when the Warrior of Light isn't the center of attention in MSQ. And Stormblood is very much Wuklamont's story in the same way, or, I'm sorry, Dawntrail is very much Wuklamont's story in the same way Stormblood is Lisa's story. And so people don't like how much Wuklamont is in the story. Which I don't think is a, like, I don't have such a strong ego that I have an issue with a game that spends a couple levels out of, at this point, 100 focusing on a different character. Honestly, I think Final Fantasy XIV could afford to do that more to flesh out the characters that aren't the Warrior of Light. So I think there's a certain element of people being mean. I think there's a certain element of some transphobia being involved. I've seen arguments that don't really line up with what's actually in the story, and I think it doesn't help that Wuklamont, we're here because, like, we got introduced to her because we're friends with a childhood friend of hers who you meet in Endwalker. And he has that kind of relationship with her where he's constantly, like, kind of low-key bullying her. Oh man, we lost sight of her. It's a problem. Oh no. What if she gets lost because we lost sight of her, and in the meantime she's fine? Like I said, we haven't gotten any indication that she's actually prone to getting lost. We haven't gotten any indication that she can't be trusted with valuable items, and in the meantime, at one point, he was like, you should hang on to this so Wuklamont doesn't lose it or break it or whatever, and there's no real reason to think that that would be a problem. I think it's just the game bullying her for the sake of making the Warrior of Light more, relevant in a story that focuses more on a different character. Plus, like, part of her character arc is she very much lacks self-esteem because she is the third child and her older brothers are very talented, very competent people. And they're all involved in this contest to inherit the throne of their country. But yeah, so I'm just a little annoyed because it feels like a lot of the meanness directed at Wuklamont is unnecessary. Anyway. Let's talk to everybody. Worry not. Trial and I will ensure our promise doesn't wind up at the bottom of one of these cenotes. Why do she felt like, that's the other thing. Like, this is based off the fact that, like, she fell one time, and if I remember right, it was on a mountain. Like, she does get easily distracted. Like, that's fair. But would it kill Erenville to give me the benefit of the doubt, or the benefit of a second chance? I can hardly fathom how difficult travel must have been before the second promise introduced dirigibles. Can you imagine having to walk all this way? Depends. How far is... Can we see a world map that'll give us an idea of how... It doesn't look like it's that far away from the city, in theory. just looking at the world map. It still probably sucked, but... Well, that journey was delightful. The wind was fair and the vessel hardly rocked at all. With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. Also, this is the zone where it finally hit me fully that, like, or that made me realize, oh, Dawntrail is partially Final Fantasy X in terms of references. When we can finally, I mean, it was in the zone preview, but like, you cannot tell me that the southern part of this area isn't just the forest from Final Fantasy X. We are the tightest to, like, maybe minus the romance. Oh, I think Dawntrail is a little bit better, or is better than Stormblood. Okay, in terms of quality of expansion, I don't like Endwalker. I famously do not like Endwalker at this point. It had some good ideas, but the pacing is rushed, and there's... Let's put it this way. I'm working on a video essay about how I could write Dawntrail better. Or not the Dawntrail, Endwalker. Maybe I'll do Dawntrail someday, because I don't... It's not that I don't think it doesn't have issues, I just think it's a lot better than people give it credit for. But I'm working on a whole essay about about the issues I have with Endwalker's writing and how I think it could have been done better, which partially involves it should have been 2 expansions, because it's really rushed, and it really suffers because of it in a lot of ways. But I would say expansion order quality from best to worst goes Shadowbringers at the tippity top. Emery, hello! Hello, Emery's chat! What is up, everybody? We are playing through Dawntrail. I was just sharing my controversial opinions about Final Fantasy XIV's expansions. Hello! The Hunter person, thank you so much for the follow. Dawn is trailing me great. Oh, right. I should introduce myself properly. Hello, everybody. I am Shizu. I am the writer and magical girl VTuber. My community is called The Pantry because everybody in it is a snack. I have been playing Final Fantasy XIV since A Realm Reborn. I first hit 50, or level 50, back in 2. When was Leviathan? 2. What was that? 2.2? I always get the order in terms of Leviathan and Ramu confused, but I think Leviathan was 2.2, Ramu was 2.3, right? But yeah, I have been playing since A Realm Reborn. I am currently replaying Final Fantasy XIV on a fresh character, doing everything minimum item level, no echo, with oh yeah, I thought I posted that on socials at some point, but you may have missed it. But yeah, I've been playing since A Realm Reborn. I am replaying Final Fantasy XIV on a fresh character, doing everything minimum item level, no echo, since I can't feed the Final Fantasy XIV emotional vampirism. I can't give you guys my first time reactions to stuff. The best I can give you is, oh, I forgot this happened reactions, and, oh, I just picked up on some foreshadowing reactions. So yeah, and when I could get away with it, aka before I hit Dawntrail, we were doing things undersized. Did you know that you can do alliance raids, minimum item level, no echo, with like 15 people? Maybe 12 if everybody knows what they're doing. Except for the second Endwalker alliance raid. You can't do that. We tried. Did you know that the second boss of that fight has an enrage? We sure found out it has an enrage. But yeah, so this is my second time playing through Dawntrail. Yeah, but yeah, this is my second time playing through Dawntrail. I like Dawntrail. I think a lot of the complaints for it are kind of weird. I think a lot of the complaints about Wuklamot remind me of the complaints people had about Lise, and those also didn't hold up a whole lot to me. So yeah, and it's fun replaying Dawntrail and picking up on a lot of the foreshadowing and stuff. It's been really exciting. Case in point, hey, considering where Dawntrail goes, us running into a storm in the beginning and the Warrior of Light activating a shield to protect the ship from lightning is a nice touch. It's also interesting now that I know, like, what the motivations of all the characters are, like, seeing how actually the writing for Zeralja does, build up to stuff, and the writing for Bakuljaja does build up to stuff. And yeah, so, but Flame had asked, and I was in the middle of answering when you guys rated me, if I like Stormblood or, oh, Hunter, have you played through Dawntrail before? Or are you familiar with what is going on at all? Let's just say, oh, you haven't played Final Fantasy. I see. Let's just say Bakuljaja is basically a bully from a broken family who, really is just in this contest to decide who's going to be the next leader of this country so that he can, like, get his father's approval, and make a better life for his mother and stuff, is the reality of it. And the reality is, in the background, he's just like a sad little mama's boy who needs friends. And Zeralja is an asshole. Zeralja is basically, what's the best way of putting this? He doesn't listen to other people, and like that's one of the things that people complain about Wuklamot for, because they're like, oh my god, she's such a hypocrite because she'll listen to all these other people, but she won't take time to get to know Zeralja and blah blah blah. It's like she tries to talk to Zeralja. The first time we see her try to talk to Zeralja in this expansion, he just straight up says, I don't have to explain myself to you, and then marches off. And then we try to talk to him again, and he basically does the same thing. You're about to meet Zeralja soon. But yeah, so, but he only has one person helping him with this, and it's like the Castle Seer. And he doesn't listen to anybody. He refuses to rely on anybody else, or have a lick of empathy. He just kind of sees the people of his, of this nation as, like, tools, basically. He doesn't see them as people. It's rough. Anyway, I should keep going, because my goal is to try and be caught up by FanFest, which is next month. Or not next month, but almost next month. Next month, like a month and a week away. For all of Erinville's insistence, I have yet to discover anything particularly blue about this forest. It's worse. Well, I was gonna say worse than slavery. He basically wants to take over this, or like become the next leader of this nation, so that they can invade other and like do an imperialism and a colonialism, which is kind of ironic considering the fact that we're currently in fantasy South America. See, no tumbles, thanks to Kryland Isles, eh? But it still counts. Take care not to get separated. I'd hate to lose you in this rampant undergrowth. Is that Ikrash over there, I wonder? Yeah, so you basically have Wuklamot, the person we're supporting, who just wants to preserve the peace that her father established. There is her brother Kona, who wants to bring technology to the nation to improve the livelihoods of the people of the nation, which is great, except there have been a couple of times where it has very much shown that he might potentially do so at the expense of like respecting traditions and stuff in his country. He's learning though. I joked earlier about how his character, or like a couple streams ago about how his character arc is basically him going from somebody who doesn't see the problem with using AI, because oh my god, it's so much more efficient, to like realizing that hey, actually artists have value, and maybe I should like maybe that's a place where technology is not an answer. Oh right, okay. Anyway, let's talk to Aaronville. Oh yeah, so that's Kona. Zeralja wants to expand the country's territory and invade other nations, and it's really naive when you consider the fact that it would probably resolve in the 3 continents that our character is part of, one of, that are all kind of allied together fighting against them, and it probably would not go well. For anybody who is familiar with Final Fantasy XIV, if Zeralja had his way, it would be Tural versus the Eorzean Alliance, the Eastern Alliance, and they could probably get Garlemald to help out too. It would not go well for Zeralja. For anybody who doesn't, oh, well, spoiler, Flame, but for anybody who doesn't know and doesn't care about spoilers, from Endwalker, one of the nations that are one of our allies is led by a dragon. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV has a really good story. It's really interesting. I enjoy it. I'm really excited to see where things go, because we are at the beginning of a new story arc. Anyway, I need to stop yapping. Oh my god, ADHD moment, for real. Good, everyone's accounted for. Ikrosh is up ahead. Let's be on our way. And Bakulja does basically... He is a 2-headed lizard man who comes from a culture that really reveres 2-headed lizard men and think that they are the natural leaders of this entire country. And he's doing this for his family, kinda. Like I said, he's a kid from a broken family who just wants daddy's approval and a better life for his mommy, and has been shown on countless occasions to not be good at planning ahead. He literally gets asked, like, what are your plans for once you win the contest, by one of his followers? He's like, who cares? I just want to win. What's so blue about this forest? You'll see. Ha! I've fallen into High Tide Harbor enough times to be a professional diver. There's no way I'd fall into something like this on accident. Also, Flameba, you're mostly good to unmute, other than the fact that I am playing an expansion that is, way ahead of where you are in the story. Like 3 expansions ahead of where you are. Just so you know, I shall be very cross if you push me. Are all cenotes asleep, I wonder? Aaronville was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully, we made it here without incident. Let's not all dally any longer. What would be my method for lobotomizing a pigeon with a cabbage? I probably wouldn't, and would just feed the pigeon the cabbage. Well, thankfully, we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Oh wait, did I actually read that full sentence? I don't remember. Anyway, complete. Are we ready to proceed? I am eager to learn more about Ikrosh and the Jabral customs. We should press on. The other candidates may be well ahead of us. Are all... Oh, okay, everybody's still saying the same thing? Just so you know, I shall be very cross if you push me. Also, just gonna say, of all of the trials, yeah. Well, I finished with kind of spoilers. You have to remember, everything I'm doing right now would be spoilers for you, because you're in Stormblood, and between where I am and where you are in the story, there is the rest of Stormblood, Shadowbringers, all of Endwalker. Anyway, let's talk to Luke Lamont. Anyway, this is my favorite of the trials from the Rite of Succession. It's so much fun. Village of the Hunt. Luke Lamont's attention is divided between the perilously deep Cenote and Ikrash. I live in a city! Pigeons are friends. When they're not pooping on cars and people and stuff. But, like, I've lived here my entire life, so I'm just kind of numb to the pigeons. Ready to head on in? Let's go. Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. The third promise and her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of Stars, at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? And who might that be? There is but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him. If it's seeking me out, then maybe it's friend. Maybe I just need to feed it more. Give it some proper birdseed.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with a Ligarmanda in the first place.
I mean, you gave us a permanent solution to the Trial of Ice, so thank you for that. Proof of Ice, whatever.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Oh, it's pronounced Weaver? I've been pronouncing it Wyver this entire time.
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As Ibrash Rash, I have the honor of serving as Elector on behalf of my people. As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise. If you would please join us.
No, it's W-I-V-E-R-E, I think. Hang on, let me double check the chat log. W-I-V-R-E is how it's pronounced. And I was pronouncing it Wyver, but it's Weaver. There are wyverns in the game, just not here. But I was pronouncing it similarly. And I was wrong. Friends.
Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
12 forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Me too.
Claimants, please present your colors.
I have red.
Blue. On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red.
Hooray! We're with the
means-
good brother.
Together again, as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Also incredibly funny.
Not the one-head.
Yes!
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shebruk Pibil.
Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Master Chef, everybody!
Now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
The recipe for this is in the second Final Fantasy XIV cookbook, by the way.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say?
Didn't you make that joke already?
Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
It's true.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along?
Yes.
But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future.
Incorrect. You need both.
The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. What's it like, I wonder?
All right. Let's go. Do you suppose the first promise and Bakul Jaja will wear matching aprons? I dearly hope so. Me too. Man, to be a fly on the wall of those conversations as they try to work together. Or, let's be real, Bakul Jaja's gonna let Zeralja do all the work. And by that, I mean they're both just gonna have Zeralja do all the work. Only 2 claimants can receive keystones from this feat. Intimidating, perhaps, but irrelevant. We shall prevail. The second promise will no doubt have thoughts on how best to proceed. Let us ask for his perspective. The first promise and Bakuljaja are formidable on the field, but in the kitchen, I think the odds are in our favor. I consider myself a connoisseur of all things tasty in Tirali, but this is the first I've heard of Shibruk Kubil. For the pairings to be thus decided, the stars align for us indeed. As much as I would have loved to defeat you all in a high-stakes culinary battle, I wouldn't have asked for better allies. Can Thancred and Urianger cook? How fortunate that this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakuljaja's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong, and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. He cares more about winning than the actual process. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Heh, of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition has a team of 6. The 2 claimants, Zeralja and Bakuljaja's lackeys. Whereas we are a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. With the task suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble the necessary ingredients. Too easy! Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Shibruk Kubil. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Jabral people. Let us gather here once we have seen what clues this village has to offer. Yeah! Alrighty. Oh, right. This just, like, teleported me into the town. I have a aetherite to tune to. once I've, like, talked to everybody. Oh, I can't actually, like, interact with them. I see. They're just standing there. Alright. Colorful spices. Some entirely unfamiliar to you are nestled in a basket. That one's called achiote. Or achiote? Achote, probably. I always am so tempted to pronounce CH words as k. But no, this is found in South or Central America. It's probably achiote. We mostly use it to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. This should be all I need. Your most popular cuisine, huh? Very subtle. Oh, sightseeing log. Okay, let me go ahead and add that. Mine? Nothing in here. All right. Oh, what are Aaron Villain's Bancred up to? Come with me for a moment. Bancred doesn't say anything in response. Okay. Aetheryte, get. Gemstone Trader, get. Wait. I guess lore-wise it kind of makes sense, but is there no alpaca keep here? Huh. Interesting. I would have thought they would at least have some kind of mount thing going back and forth between the dirigible landing in here. What fun this is. Yeah. Also, Pokemon and there. Here. What this? An unusually colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no! It appears I've gone and dropped my nodule. I mean, Jatika banana peel. I could barely see it from all of the steam issuing from my underground oven. Ah, there's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. Very subtle. So much for our plan. Are these, Galul? Yeah, not Galul. Bakuljaja's people? We thought to cut our losses and head to Mammoth. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think we won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? What are you looking at, Salt Liquor? Mind your own business, then maybe don't talk about your nefarious plans in the middle of the village. It's not my fault you're stupid. Oh! Kyle and Alize. And then, aha, here's the last person. The recipe for Jabuk Kabil? I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Humnuruk himself. But your mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still Ibruk to be had at market. Wink. Man, these guys are really just hamming it up, huh? I feel like Ikrash had the most fun with their trial. Sorry, I'm back. What did you discover about Jibruk Kibil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us. Directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish, and observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to Jibruk Kibil. But one in particular she attributed to all common Jibral dishes. Achiote, she called it. I see. Then if Jibruk Kibil is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alphino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook bearing bundles wrapped in the leaf of najul, or banana in certain localities. Would seem the use of subterranean ovens was commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles. Then, don't you? The squeaky flesh of a bipedal fish. That's a little too specific. A sizzling slab of beef. It smelled so good I could practically taste it. I think you were smelling what you wanted to smell. Cattle is uncommon in Yokotaro, and unlikely to be an ingredient used in Jibral traditional cuisine. Then Ibruk, without a doubt. Somebody mentioned it. As would be expected of a dish called Jibruk Kibil, indeed. So to summarize, this dish is one of Ibruk flavored with a combination of spices that includes achiote and steamed underground within a najul or banana leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forest while you were all exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and wild Ibruk, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Then leave it to the master gleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood! Alphino and his firewood collecting skills. And I have some experience in its gathering. It's adorable how proud he still is of that. I too should be glad to volunteer my name. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to a suitable group if they will perform the requisite deed. Alize? Oh! What? No! Are you kidding me? Well, the game did want to, or Twitch did want to run some ads. So, Unfortunately, it was just the game. That wasn't my internet going out or something. Welcome to my favorite game. Is it the Final Fantasy XIV servers or my internet? Anyway. Let's see how long of a queue this is. Was this like a big 90k? Or was this a little baby, I had an oopsie daisy in 90k? Once we know that, just because it could be funny, I will step away. We'll run ads. I need to run to the bathroom and also grab some food anyway. Come on, game. Let me in. 23 people. Okay, that's not so bad. That's not awful. So it's a me problem, not a service problem. Anyway, I will see you guys on the other side of ads. And yeah. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. Everybody make sure that you stretch your legs, and if you gotta go potty, refill your water, grab a snack. Self-care is important for the streamer and for chat. And I'll see you guys on the other side. we're back. And hey, look at that, we're back in the game. So, let's do this cutscene all over again. Once more with feeling. Sorry, I'm back. What did we discover about Jibruk Kibil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us, directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish, and observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I wanted or I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to Jibruk Kibil. But one in particular she attributed to all common Gibral dishes. Achiote, she called it. I see. Then if Jibruk Kibil is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alphino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in the leaf of najul, or banana in certain localities. It would seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't you? Or don't you? Well, now that we know what kind of it is, it's one where you have to pick the correct answer. I want to see what their reaction is to this. I'm gonna start with this one though, because it was funny. A sizzling slab of beef. It smelled so good I could practically taste it. I think you were smelling what you wanted to smell. Cattle is uncommon in Yok'Karal, and unlikely to be an ingredient used in Gibral traditional cuisine. The squeaky flesh of a bipedal fish? Incredibly specific. Wait a minute! Oh, I just realized! They're talking about Namazu there! Whoops! What kind of creature is that? There seem to be more hunters than fishers here, so I think we're looking for a different meat. But I'd be keen to give it a try next time. No, don't eat the Namazu! As would be expected of a dish called Jibruk Kibil. This was in response to the Ibruk one. So to summarize, this dish is one of Ibruk, flavored with a combination of spices that includes achiote, and steamed underground within najul, or banana leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where to and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forest while you all were exploring the village. Uh-oh. Phew! I just sneezed so hard it made my headset fall off my head. Whoop! Between the local vegetation and wild Ibruk, we should have enough for everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Heh, leave it to a master gleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make it ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood, and I have some experience in its gathering. I, too, should be glad to volunteer my aid. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to a suitable Ibruk if they will perform the requisite deed. Alize? As for the Najul leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find Najul in these parts. They only grow in the Jatika heartland, forests far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lamati, Shizune, if you would accompany me on my errand. Yeah, sure. No better way to whet my appetite. Good. Let us be about our tasks then. Lamati had no specific task assigned to her, so I had her accompany me. No more, no less. You want to spend time with your sister. Come on! Let's go and get those Najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Spiced root wrapped in Najul leaves? That sounds like a winning combination to me. Kona has the look of a man intent on finding bananas. Let us see if there are Najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Orianje mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. The earth here is indeed fashioned into an oven of sorts. Fascinating. An underground oven! This must be the cook Orianje was talking about. You were standing right next to him! Oh, hello again. Did you need something? Got any spare, oh, what are they called? Banana leaves? Forget what the actual name of the banana is. Najul, there we go. Najul leaves, for purposes other than Jibruk Kubil, naturally. Unfortunately, I've just used my, up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forests for more. Golmajik Grove is the source of the finest Najul leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I had hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredients, then to the Jaktika heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Traveling there requires that you go through the Tianbeck Traverse, but it has caved in, due to the recent storm, I expect. What? But that means we can't get our Najul leaves. But we can, can't we? If there were no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended this feat, or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. That's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of repast with an empty stomach. You may find Jibruk Kubil to be a delicious but daunting dish to finish. Heh, I can't wait. Still, if there are no leaves here, and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all of our ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and cultures of Kuliolo. So perhaps there is something about Jibruk Kubil that we have yet to learn. Something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. Oh, I see. Like, who was the first to make it? Its history, that sort of thing. Ahem. If it's Yoctel's history you're interested in, you should start with the Old War. Between the Jibril and the Mamulja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Jibruk Pibil. Huh? What does Steam Dibruk have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war, the village of Ilion Asso. It lies a short distance to the east. The village of Ilion Asso? Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go and see this place.
Yeah.
I was told not to talk about Jibruk Pibil. The history of our people and the important developments therein are another matter. Where are we going? We're going this way. Everyone knows there was a war between the Mamulja and Jibril, but I, may have forgotten some of the details. The village of Ilianaso must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. You really think that Bakuljaja and Zaralja give a shit about learning about the origins of the dish? Oh, I was gonna test if it's possible to fall in, and then I remembered that might be really annoying to get out after, because I don't have flying yet. So I'll try that experiment later. Adorable flying skit. They're squirrels, or not flying, I guess. Well, are they? They've got little arm blades. And I guess they look more like chipmunks than squirrels, but either way. This place feels forgotten by time. So this is the village of Ilianaso, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Oh, Rukebu! Or Wukebu. Wukebu! I didn't know you were in Yoctel. I was picking up lumber from Ikrash when I heard that Third Promise was on her way to this site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Wukevu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the feat of reeds. A pleasure. You are a member of the Third Promise's retinue, I presume. For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Kona. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Kona? Now that's a good name. A familiar one. Where have I heard... 3, 2, 1. Kona? As in the second promise of Tuliolo? To think that I addressed the Dawn Servant's own son as some common retainer. Such disrespect cannot be excused. Please, take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offense, so please, do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn about Jibruk Tibil. While I am forbidden by the Jibrak Raksh to divulge any information regarding its preparation, I would be happy to share what I know of Yaktel's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Jibral and Mamulja was one of land. The Mamulja live in the lower forests, where the thick canopy obscures the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forests, the home of the Jibral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favors the higher ground, and the Jibral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mamulja were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hubigo, Bunewa, and Dopro each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Jibral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hubigo and Bunewa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of differing clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hubigo and Bunewa both. A two-headed Mamulja. No! Okay, hang on. Let me make my dust rise. Set the timer. All right, there we go. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually arising as the first autarch, ruler of all 3 clans. Such qualities would dispose into leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the autarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. What happened here? by the 12. You know, Kona, maybe you assimilated a little too much with Eorzean culture when you were in Charlian, if you're swearing upon the 12 and not, you know, the local gods of the continent you spent most of your life living in.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinder Field.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yokui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
Was he not the Autarch at the time?
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours! If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace!
Puff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill deserve the bounty of this forest. Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us.
Okay, for people who may not be as much of a lore nerd as, say, me when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV. I believe the Gurlian invasion stuff started 50 years ago. And granted, keep in mind, there's some wiggle room because we don't actually know. There may not even be a canonically confirmed timeline of how much time has passed since the Realm Reborn. But even still, this probably would have been like 30-ish years before Garlemald started its whole imperialism thing back when it was still Republic. And probably a little bit after the Autumn War. I think that was like 100-something years ago. And the Autumn War being the war between Gridania and Alamigo. Which is the whole reason why the Elementals don't want Alamigan refugees settling in the 12's Wood in A Realm Reborn. And it's a thing I wish that they had addressed in Stormblood. I'd actually say, Flame, I realize I never answered your question. I think Dawntrail is better than Stormblood. Because Stormblood isn't awful, but one of the things I wish they had addressed is, hey, did you know that there were people in Gridania who didn't want to help the Alamegans? Because they're still bitter about, like, there's still a lot of resentment because of the Autumn War. If you didn't do the Bard job quests from Stormblood, you would have no way of noticing or knowing that, because it never comes up in A Realm Reborn. And Final Fantasy XIV, up until, like, Endwalker, kind of focused on Ul'dah at the expense of ever giving the spotlight to any of the other city-states. At least of the original ones. And, like, I get there are a lot of Alamegan refugees, and Raubon is a really major character, and he is from Alamigo. So, yes, it makes sense that there would be some focus on Ul'dah and Ul'dan characters in Stormblood. But Gridania and... or the Twelves Wood and Garabania share a border. And they have history, including the Autumn War. And there were people in Gridania who straight up opposed Gridania helping Alamigo when we went and helped out the resistance in Stormblood. And I really wish that there had been at least a quest in Stormblood of, like, a member of the Twin Adders who maybe got assigned at Castrum Oriens and is bitter about it because they don't think that we should even be there. And, like, through that little side quest, maybe we help them realize that, hey, these people need help, and, like, we shouldn't hold the events of 100 years ago against the people now. Maybe use it as a way to, like, follow up on the lessons from Heaven's Word about, like, vengeance and holding on to grudges not being helpful. But yeah. Also, the side quests involving Black Rose should have been part of MSQ for reasons. But yeah. Just wanted to give Eorzean context to people.
Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I mean, there aren't any Rogadin who are native to Tural, so yes?
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
A boat! A big one!
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Yeah.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets a strife.
True.
Understanding begets fellowship.
Also true.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship. Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. Wrong.
It feels like we're being watched.
Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Also, man, I wish all centuries-long conflicts could be resolved with fusion food. Also, we'll note, he didn't actually solve the problem that was causing the war in the first place. I never imagined our father was instrumental in Shibruk Pibil's invention. I hope I have been of sufficient service to the Third Promise. Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures. And we're doing the same now. It's thanks to Wukebu that we were able to learn of this forest's history. That's twice now that he's helped us. To think that we might never have met him if we hadn't thought of to fix the float. I hope I have been of— oh, you're just saying the same thing. Alright. Bananas still weigh heavily on Kona's mind. Wukebu has given us valuable insight into the origins of Jibruk Kibil. However, we are still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leaves. Unless— Tell me, was that historic feast commemorated in some fashion? With a monument, for instance? Indeed, it was. Allow me to show you. I haven't been looking for— oh my god, I'm dumb. I haven't been looking for ether currents this entire time. Whoops. I forgot. What does Kona want with a monument? It is only speculation, but I dare to hope. Here it is. Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us true, especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lamati, Shizune, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing! Yeah, sure. Look here! This soil has been recently overturned. Ooh! Someone buried a box! Well, well. I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are. Fresh Najul leaves. Hunmuruk's doing, I would wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. Heh, so he planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Wukebu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And, with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well, Third Promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feat of Reeds, I have been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to the Hanuhanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ikihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliolol and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. And thus Kona has some humble pie as an appetizer for the Jibruk Pibil. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Ikrush. Okay, time to make up for being a dum-dum earlier and just constantly use the ether compass on my way back. I could teleport, but this is entirely on me. Yeah, there is probably an ether current somewhere in here. Let's see. 100 yalms north. You're starting Eureka? Good luck. I do think that it is worth it for the story stuff. If you're really into lore, there's some really interesting stuff in the Eureka quests. But you definitely need some perseverance. I was really close and now I'm not. Where is it? No, there was one that was... Oh, maybe it is the same one. Where? Is it behind one of the buildings? Oh, there it is. The game is gonna be fine. People have been memeing, or people have been saying that, oh my god, the game is dying. Like, all Dawntrail, but, as somebody who's been playing this game since The Realm Reborn, I've heard that one before. People will claim that, oh, something, like, this content's gonna die after this expansion, and no, there's still communities that do a lot of the content that when it was current, people are like, oh my god, Eureka's gonna die when Stormblood is over and you don't have to do relics, or, some other piece of content is gonna die. Bolsha's gonna be dead content. No, none of that stuff is dead. There's still communities based off of doing those pieces of content. Also, if at least based off of like Steam charts, honestly, the game's numbers are pretty comparable to the like pre-COVID era of the game. Like, Shadowbringers was popular, but we did get hit really hard by kind of a perfect storm of World of Warcraft was in a rough spot at the time, and then COVID happened. So there were a lot of people looking for an MMO to play, and so a lot of people started playing Final Fantasy XIV, especially because of the hype around Shadowbringers. Oh, you know what? I bet there's a ether current, like, at the dirigible landing. I am willing to... Maybe not bet money, because I don't have any of that. But if I had money to spare, I'd absolutely bet money. But anyway, like... If you look at the numbers for 14 in Shadowbringers before the big spike from COVID and WoW refugees, the game's numbers are... Oh, I'm thinking there may be an ether current I missed. And I am making a guess on where it might be, and maybe I was wrong, because... Okay. Fair enough. Oh, southwest? Oh, so it's probably along the path towards the village. Okay. But yeah, if you look at Steam chart, the game... it's pretty comparable to what it was in Shadowbringers before the COVID boom and stuff. And the Dawntrail patch quests have been really well received. I would actually argue, and keep in mind, I love Heavensward. It was one of my favorite expansions, but I actually think Dawntrail might be a little bit better written than Heavensward, because Heavensward, not that Dawntrail doesn't have some weird pacing issues in places, but I think people forget that base Heavensward is... It's not bad, but it's not critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV. It was 3.3 and how well that concluded everything, and the patch quests in Heavensward did a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of it getting the reputation that it did. But Base Heavensward, again, not bad, but it has some really rough pacing issues in some places. You may make use of the kitchens at any time. I look forward to tasting your Jabruk Kubil. Me too. You have to wonder whether Wukevu is actually a historian and not a shipwright. I mean, he might be both. People are allowed to have hobbies. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. Also, hang on. I'll worry about ether currents later, I guess. Oh, I just realized I can set. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wukevu came along and helped us find them. Yeah, he knows, Wuklamat. He was with you. Wukevu was here? I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. That Galul Jaja brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little. But to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. I think it was a little more than just the food. I think the fact that he kicked everybody's asses helped. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions. But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Urianje and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need. With no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Spoken like a true expert. Aaronville and I found our Ibruk, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature. So much so that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield akchiote. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Aye, through further inquiry did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts. I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope. As I recall, you're an accomplished culinarian. I am! Ooh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay, then. Yeah! But yeah, I'm a 90-something level culinarian. I'm kind of a big deal.
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Damn!
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready. Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then.
Yeah? And thus the judge takes the first bite.
In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Bibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoctel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you.
Yeah, hear that, Kona?
All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated in spice before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Duh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
I mean, you can try.
This is delicious! The brook's so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najou leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Come, come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
We win!
You don't have to tell me twice. Ah, that was bliss. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
If I ever retire from adventuring, I have a private island that I can escape to. Uh-oh, ads! Shit!
It was palatable enough, I suppose.
Oh, right. Mikote have trouble with spicy food. Anyway, since ads are running, I am gonna put up the BRB screen. I grabbed dinner earlier and didn't actually eat it, and that was a mistake, because now I'm hungry. Especially after this quest. So I will be back after the ads. Everybody else, also go get food and do self-care things, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, we're back. I couldn't stop the dialogue from going when the ad started. So you missed out on Kona saying that the Jibruk Pibil is okay. He supposes. Oh, I'm sorry, palatable enough. Reminder, we learned earlier when we were in Earthenshear that Mikote, or at least the Mikote from Chaparral, which is where Kona is originally from, are a little sensitive to spicy food. Or no, it wasn't spicy food, it was hot food, like temperature hot. I'm dumb. There's temperature hot, not spicy hot. But there may be some
who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
There may be some wounded pride here.
Only 1 feet left.
Well, I should get going then.
Going where? The path is still blocked.
I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
He's dealing with he's having his little character arc, but it's involving some growing pains. It's okay.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important.
Huh?
Was there any Jibruk people left? I could really use another helping.
I'm relieved that our dish was well received. Me too. We need to start considering how to reclaim that keystone from Bakul Jaja. Depriving the first promise of a keystone is a crucial victory indeed. Yeah. One final feat remains. After this one, I hardly know what to expect. That was so good! I'm already looking forward to having Jibruk Pibil again. Here, Shizune. Trial made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? Oh, wait, is that why you wanted more Jibruk Pibil? So you can give it to me? Diplomat? New wares are now available from the Jabral merchant in Ikbrash. Nice! Ooh, side quests! Alright. Let's go do side quests. Let's see here. Aha. The hopeful swimmer is searching for someone with lungs of legend. Oh, hello. Did you come here to take a dip in the waters too? If you're as strong a swimmer as you look, there's something I'd like your help with. What you see before you is a Zoli, or a cenote as they're more commonly known, and it's far more vast than it appears from the surface. I've even heard that some are connected by underwater tunnels. This one is called Jidad Palot Zoli, and stories say that long ago a swimmer with lungs like a fish made it all the way to a cenote to the northwest, but no one since has been able to swim that far. Apparently, he left a sack of coins at the bottom of the cenote to mark his arrival. If you think you're his equal, maybe you could retrieve it? I've been dying to know if the legend is true. Okay. So, if anybody here has thalassophobia, also known as the fear of deep water, content warning. Cause yeah, this place is deep. They wouldn't put a ether current underwater. I had to check anyway, but yeah. Aha! Are we able to go up? Like, is there an up here? Yes, there is. Okay. But if I remember right, there's... yeah. Stuff on all sides. You can access it by swimming or flying. And we don't have that second one. Oh wait, I should be doing this on Dark Knight. Hang on. I tried to hold my breath until you returned, but that didn't last long. Anyways, did you find the coins? Although the coins within are corroded and rusty, what markings remain identify them as Pelu Pelu currency. They were really there? So the two cenotes were actually connected? Yeah-huh. Looks like it. So it's true. I tried swimming the tunnels myself once, but I had to turn back once I felt the water fill my lungs. Seeing you in action was truly inspiring. Okay, well, I have a magical gift that lets me breathe underwater. So maybe don't try what I did at home, kids. You know, I've even heard tell it that some cenotes connect to the salt. I didn't believe it at first, but now it's not hard to imagine such a thing. Alright, my mind's made up. I'll be one of the first to reach the salt through a cenote. Who's going to be brave enough to find the coins I leave behind, eh? The coins you leave behind, the skeleton you leave behind. No offense, but again, I can breathe underwater. I didn't have to worry about holding my breath. Raw Tukuk has an infestation on his hands. Uh-oh. You're one of Wuklamat's companions, aren't you? Stout of arm, fierce of mien. Yes, I think you might be just the person I'm looking for to take care of our little pest problem. Since the storm raged through these parts, we've seen a marked increase in the number of ill-tempered mantises. If left unchecked, they could prove a threat to the forest's natural balance. Normally, I'd send a group of our own to take care of them, but we're short-handed at the moment. I reckon you could do the culling of a pair of hunters, though. So I'll ask you to rid us of 2 of these nuisances. You can find them to the south of our village. And good luck, though I doubt you'll need it. Okay, south south of the village. That is roughly the direction I have to go for this other quest. The concerned villager anxiously awaits the return of her friend. Oh, hello. You look like you can handle yourself. Please, if you can spare a moment, I desperately need your help. You see, one of my friends said she was going fishing in a cenote, but hasn't come back for some time. While the right cenote can be quite bountiful, they naturally attract all sorts of angry beasts. I'm worried something terrible has happened. I don't know which one he went to, but I'll ask that you search Igrash Soli to the east of the dirigible landing. I have another one in mind for myself. Hopefully he'll be at one of them. Okay. Let's start with this one to the south. Watch revealing the map result in me leveling up. Is that what's gonna happen? It is! Hang on, do I have... I think I have gear. I do. We're close enough to the village that I can backtrack a little to fix my glamour. It's fine. Go. Just need Dark Knight to get one more level, and then it'll be caught up with MSQ and also the rest of my jobs. Right, I forgot. You know what? This way might actually be faster. Because otherwise I'm kind of going out of my way. Go. Oh, I should have River out. Right. Yes. Come to my aid, Chocobo. My mighty steed. Oh, I just wanted to move stuff on my desk so I didn't knock over my soup. And then, oh, did I? Okay, I did remember to attune to it. I forgot to set it as my home point. Let's fix that. I was about to hit return, and then I realized, wait a minute. You're back, and much quicker than I thought you'd be. You've made a difference today, even if you can't tell at a glance. Those things are ravenous, and mindlessly engulf smaller, yet smaller prey to sate their bottomless hunger. Normally, larger animals would keep their numbers. There are far fewer predators stalking the woods since the storm. This has given the mantises a chance to flourish, but at the expense of everything else. Of course, the natural inclination of living things is to reproduce, but nature rests on a delicate balance. Maintaining that balance is only one of a hunter's duties. Today, you helped us restore a small bit of harmony to the forest, and I hope you gained a deeper understanding of our relationship with the land we call home. I'm honored to have worked with one of Wuklamat's own. Oh, thank you. Oh, wait a minute. That would have been a very bad thing. The classic, oops, I tried to take a shortcut and it made things worse scenario. I think I will stick to the main road, where I shouldn't need to worry about. Aha! Right, ether currents. I probably missed one when I was down there. But if I remember right, there's other side quests that take me to that area. So it should be okay. My goal... Oh, there's a side quest here, too. Okay. Josh Oga has needs someone to mend the mistake of a forgetful apprentice. You there, keen to a good deed? I need to get a delivery to one of my apprentices, and none of my own are free to handle the task. We maintain the dirigibles in these parts, but my crew is also in charge of making sure the watchtowers are in top shape. Since the Great Storm, we've had to take special care to ensure they stay upright. I asked one of my new recruits to do a round off the towers, but he forgot to take his damned supplies. Hasn't been the first time either. Any road, there are 3 towers spread across the Utomu horizon, and doubtless the lad is near one of them. It'll be a bit of a trek, but who doesn't like a bit of fresh air, eh? Oh, I thought this was a player role-playing or something. No, it's a member of the Lance Guard. Interesting. Oh, I thought that was a gate. Whoops. How do I get out of here? I'm sorry, I did not realize this place was so well enclosed. So much for my planned shortcut of I'll just cut through the dirigible landing. It'll be fine. It was, in fact, not fine. Uh-oh! I owe you my life, although I guess some of that debt is owed to my friend for sending such a strong fighter. Either way, we'd best leave before the scent of blood attracts even more creatures. Speak with me again at Ikrash. Okey-doke. And now to take care of those towers. The path leads right through here. What do you mean it's not a gate? What do you mean? Why is there a path if no can walk past? I could jump through over this entire time. Cool. Still doesn't answer my question. That is clearly a gate. Game, please. Cute little squirrel fella. Or I guess they're sugar gliders, aren't they? I've been saying squirrel the whole time. And I was like, no, that's not right, but I can't remember the word for the actual thing. There isn't a soul to be seen, but the dirt nearby has been recently disturbed. There is no one in sight, but you see fresh footprints following the road heading to south or heading south. Okay. One last tower, and I see it. You're looking for someone from the dirigible crew? Well, I'm someone from the dirigible crew, as luck would have it. Here, I think you forgot these. Did you need something from me? These supplies are used to repair and maintain the watchtowers dotting the Utumu horizon. Supplies from the old man? Damn, I forgot them again. I haven't had a reason to use them yet, so I didn't even notice they were missing. Thank you for coming all the way out here. I don't have any coin to give you, but I know a few things an outsider wouldn't. For instance, this tower is called the Night Stalker's Shadow, and was built so we could keep an eye on the Mamulja in the valley below. It used to be garrisoned by warriors, but these days, hunters use it to get a lay of the land and sight potential prey. But I don't care about that at all. I'm just here for the view. I joined the dirigible crew in the first place so I could spend my days under the open sky, and coming to this tower is always the high point of my day. That being said, I still have to do my work if I want to stay on Josh Ogao's good side, especially after forgetting those supplies again. I won't return until this tower is as good as new. It'll make the view all the sweeter. Yeah. Mysterious Blue Forest! That totally isn't the forest from Final Fantasy X. Nope, nope. And Wuklamat totally isn't Yuna, not at all. Yuna from Final Fantasy X mixed with Zidane from Final Fantasy IX. there you are. I hope you didn't have to go from one end of the horizon to the other in your search. He's a good lad, but I always say he doesn't need to ride a dirigible on account of his head already being in the clouds. But when he can focus, his work is solid, and I can't deny he loves the dirigibles as much as any of us. He even has the potential to take over for me in that time, if he can stop being so careless. But enough about that. I'm sure you're eager for your reward, eh? Take this, and if you ever want to behold the forest in all its beauty, you're welcome to take a voyage into the skies. I mean, I could also do that by unlocking flying. Alright, turn in this quest and then more MSQ. My goal is to be let me see, hang on. There's a certain point I want to get to before the end of tonight's stream if possible. Thank you for saving my friend. If you had arrived even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have happened. I'm sorry I caused all this fuss. I was just fantasizing about all the fish I'd bring home, and forgot there's a reason they call that the Crimson Cenote. I suppose you might not have heard the legends behind that name, eh? Or traveler? They're grim, and make no mistake. It's said that during the war with the Mamulja, the cenote used to be a burial place for our fallen. There are also stories of desperate people diving in to avoid capture by the enemy. In both cases, the monstrous fish in Nikrash Soli feasted, and its waters would be stained red. Sometimes it's easy to forget the lessons our stories teach us, but there's a reason they persist. I won't go fishing again without a proper escort. You have my word on that. Okay, yeah. So my hope, there's 2 more MSQ quests that I'm hoping we can get through tonight. And it looks like we're on track to do so that's neat. Did I need to talk to any of you guys? Feet of the Brotherhood, here we come. Right, okay. Now we must hasten to the next feat, though I find myself a touch reluctant to do so given Mablu's parting words. Out of the way, River. We need to start considering how to reclaim... Okay. Same thing. Alright. It's just a couple of you who had new dialogue. The next feat awaits, and Alphino would have you on the road as soon as possible. Seeing as we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamook and undertake the feat of the Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tinbek Traverse, which connects the upper forest to the Jatika heartland, is still impassable. Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let's use this time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the villages surround. If Erinville would oblige me with a tour. Very well. I have no other engagements. Then I will come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yoctel. Oh, that's right! Mablu did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Shizune? Sure. Let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at a market in Yoctel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. Inquiries. Tomato? Also, I had a realization not too long ago, because my entire life I've always been like, why is the saying tomato? Nobody calls them tomatoes. And then I realized, oh, tomato is how they pronounce it in, like, I was gonna say in, like, the UK, meaning, like, with a British accent, but I think it also applies to Australian and a few others, too. I don't know why that never occurred to me. I hope someone in Ikrosh knows something. This fellow looks promising. You're definitely older than I am. A foreign mage 20 years ago? Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I only saw him in passing, mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Hunmuruk. He was already Jabrosh Rosh then. A baby girl? It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. If you want to know more about... Oh. He's just saying the same thing he was before. Okay. It's more interesting when they have additional dialogue, flavor text, lore, but... So Hunmuruk has been at Jabrosh Rosh for over 20 years. That's before I was even born. Yeah. This may be the very lead I was hoping for. Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through Ikrosh roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. A foreign mage did indeed visit Ikrosh, Master Gallo. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied. More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Well, or very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yokoi once dwelled in these forests. there was that. Or where was that, exactly? General curiosity, indeed. But yes, before they withdrew to Urkopacha some 5 centuries ago, the Okoye claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forests, the Jatika heartland. Then that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you. That answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family. So believe me when I say that, though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the Third Promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Shizune. May I request a moment of your company? Sure. Go on. We'll wait for you. Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind this village. Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to talk to Wuklamat and Kyle. So in order to get my answers, I need to find the Golden City. Well, that was my intent from the first. I'll do everything in my power to make it happen. Go on and see what Hunmaruk needs. Shortcut! It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Kryle's plea has softened my resolve. As the leader of our community, I am gladdened to see that the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. What would you tell me of her journey thus far? Well, it all started with Aaronville. Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Wuklamat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst the Jabral, so when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when first I held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old. An accident, was said. But I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jatika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Jabral had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminals sought to undermine the future of the Jabral. I was determined not to let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Dawn servant Galul Jaja. Though she was born to lead the Jabral, fate had a greater plan for Wuklamat. Only the Dawn servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the Jabral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. So I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the Third Promise. Defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in the shadow. Will you do this for me? Count on me. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Puliolo, but a concerned father. Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. Hey, question. So, like, since you basically fake your daughter's death, who's supposed to be leading your village in the future when you have to step down? Also, uh-oh. Honmuruk stands quietly, his expression one of old pain. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please do not keep the third promise waiting. I feel better having spoken with you. My thanks. I tried to take a shortcut and it didn't work. Here we go. Ah, yes, this. Finished speaking with Honmuruk, have you? Yeah-huh. One moment. Just in case. Actually, no, it might be cool to have this fight on Viper. For as much as I'm involved with this fight. Or was this all RP? I don't remember, actually. Upon speaking with Wuklamont, several cutscenes will play in sequence. I'm not in queue for anything, but everybody get comfy. You're back! So, what did Honmuruk want? It's a secret. It's all right. You don't have to say. More importantly, the Tinbeck Traverse still isn't cleared yet. Or, excuse me, clear yet. Something about even more rocks. Then I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. A nap does sound tempting. Agreed. A moment, promise. You're one of Bakuljaja's. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it would be most unwise. And why is that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? And they say house cats don't come when called. That is false. Follow me, promise. I bet I could call for Luca right now, and he would come to me. Sai is a little bit more of an independent lady, but Luca! Let's see if that works. Maybe not. He comes to me sometimes when I call. He comes when it matters, which is when I need to give him his medication.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us? Oh, Morok! Bakul Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here. Take a good look at him. Go on, look. Surely you recognize your real father. Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted Sellsworth. She heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Humuruk my...
That's not my place to say.
Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking.
You should be.
Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue.
I mean, I could take him. 3-on-1 doesn't seem like a very fair fight. Are you sure you don't want
House cat?
to add a fourth?
They've been instructed to put down Papa dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him.
You've got
Well,
this.
what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Then there's a lot you don't know. Don't worry, the scabby adventurer won't try anything funny.
Foreign scum! Who are you to mock me? I'll kill you, kill you, kill you all! Don't look away, son. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Solo duty time. Or, I'm sorry, RP duty time, actually. You got this, Wuklamot.
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember?
Meow.
I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you.
It's something they started doing in Stormblood, where you play as one of the NPCs.
I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people.
You're RPing as an important character in this. Yeah, it's one of the quest sums. In this battle, you'll play as Wuklamant. Through skillful combat, Wuklamant will gain the results he needs to unleash. Yeah, she's gonna get 11 break. Not only do these attacks deal damage, they recover HP, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let me in. Let's go. Does she have a... Right, I have to... Okay. My 5 button is my gap closer. Here we go.
House cut, so I can rip you to pieces.
Oh, I see.
I'll cut you to shreds.
Aha.
My magic should be more than enough for Miss Mittens.
I'll make you eat dirt.
I want to go that way. Yes, yes.
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Select the part of the brave warrior.
I really wish we could rearrange the hotkeys for RP duties, because, like,
It's no longer abusing me, brother.
it makes sense when it's somebody who's never played a job
This
before,
rite
but
has taught me so much
as somebody who has experience
about
with all
my
the jobs in the
nation,
game,
my people, and myself.
I really wish that... Oh, you're different. Oh, I bet I know why. But anyway, I wish I could set this up to the button setup that I'm used to. Gap close, get behind him. I didn't get there quite in time. It's okay. We're okay.
How do you like this? Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Here should be safe? Why are there 2 safe zones? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter? Okay. It was just that I had a choice between them.
I finally
thought
understand
maybe one of them
what
was
it means to
bait.
live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
Irritating pest!
It's time we finished her, brother.
This is the end for you, kitten.
Oh, gotta move fast. We did it. Oh, I see. Hang on. Let me, There we go.
It's not enough to claim the title of Dawn's servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
I'll grind you beneath my heel!
Uh-oh. Ow. Okay, that wasn't so bad.
Clear-headed upstart! Why won't you die? Fine! I'll show you the true power of the blessed!
Tippy tappies!
I will be the next Dawn servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last.
Yeah!
That's when there's no way I'll ever lose to the light of you.
Heck yeah!
What? But that was everything I had! I can't stand it anymore! Attack!
Well, that's not very fair. She doesn't have any AoEs, does she? I mean, besides this.
This is our fight! Stay out of it!
Oh, he's not the one cheating.
Upon us.
Okay.
You think we care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamuk! We cannot lose!
Oh, the great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army. You still won't win.
Ah!
I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Such confidence.
Oh, I'm stupid. I thought this was, like, her fell cleave. It's been her AoE combo this whole time. Whoopsies. Haha. In my defense, in typical Final Fantasy XIV player fashion, I didn't read. We'll be taking that. Yeah.
I reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be? How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
Yeah. Proud of you, Uklamat.
No. No. And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
Yeah, what did you guys do with him? Weren't you the ones guarding him?
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you alright? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tuli Hyolal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
God, that must be so hard for him. And her. But, like... it's not untrue. She's the one who said when, we first met her, Galul Jaja is her father, and that's what matters. Did something happen while we were away? There's a certain satisfied air about you. Aaronville's tour was both educational and exciting. I hope we can persuade him to conduct another in the lower forests. For as weathered as our promise looks, she's positively glowing with confidence. What in the world happened? Her bio dad told her he's proud of her. The twins ran me from one end of the Utomu horizon to the other, asking about everything of remote interest along the way. Yeah, I mean, they did the same thing to you in Tuliolo. I don't know why you're surprised, Aaronville. Anyway, Twitch wants to run ads. So, we are gonna take a little mini break for the ads, and when we come back, we'll wrap up this quest and then do some side quest cleanup. So that tomorrow we can head to Jatika. In the meantime, as always, guys, make sure you get your stretchies in, hydrate, snack, so on and so forth, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Hey, and we're back. I already talked to everybody. So, talk to Wuklamot. Seems we were last to return. I'm surprised everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight even when it got dirty couldn't have been easy for you. But Bakul Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it, of course. I know better than that now. Earlier, in the Second Promises camp.
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Pibil?
Oh.
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tudi Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I failed to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself.
showing up. I'm proud of you too, Kona. Alright. Next quest is Into the Traverse, which is... where we're gonna pick up tomorrow. In the meantime, let's clean up some side quests. As soon as I switch to the correct jobs and there we go. Pick up amount. Let's start with these. Also, let me double check our ether current situation. I have found 2 here. I am missing, what? 3, 4, 3. Okay. We'll pick up side quests and then see if we can't find some ether currents while we do them. Oh, hang on. Is there another tractor plus, or, okay. So that's probably quest chain. So we'll start with this. Hey there, Corn Servant. You could swear the Corn Servant was beaming at the sight of you. So, we meet again. You're looking well, my friend. Unfortunately, there is at least one Jabral here who is not well. And so I am come to offer them succor and sustenance. Alas, my words yet lack the strength to reach them. Might I prevail upon you to help me or them in my stead? They're right this way. There is something peculiar about the growl of his stomach that troubles me. Say, you're the companion of the third promise, aren't you? I've heard tell of your great strength and valor. Though I aspire to do great things much like you, I fear I've not the stomach for it. Quite literally, in fact. My family is constantly telling me I must eat meat if I'm to build my strength, but my stomach protests every attempt. I simply cannot digest it. A sensitive stomach, is it? Russell, what he requires is something filling and nutritious, yet suitable for a delicate constitution. I need but take a generous helping of my corn, raise it to a gentle boil, and there. This corn porridge should do nicely. Here you go. Porridge made from corn? Even my stomach should be able to handle such a dish. And it looks quite delicious. Thank you. Everyone was so insistent that I find a way to consume meat. I never gave thought to alternatives to build up my strength. You've given me much to think about. Russell, it is well that his stomach is amenable to my corn-based cuisine. How vexing it must be, struggling to eat food, knowing full well it disagrees with you, and ultimately having little to show for your efforts. But by adjusting his diet, he may yet find his own path. That it should be potentially paved with corn makes it all the sweeter, I say. Russell, speaking of paths, I must follow mine elsewhere, for the clarion call of hungry bellies beckons once more. Stay well and stay fed. Remember to eat fiber, guys. A good chunk of at least people in the US do not eat enough fiber. And it's kind of a problem. No. Grizzled Hunter. What do you want? He seeks out a stout arm to help teach a lasting lesson. Oh no. Why, if it isn't Shizune, the forest blesses me, for I need a mighty warrior to help keep my recruits. Blech. I need a mighty warrior to help keep my recruits sharp. And who better to do that than one of the Third Promise's retinue? Their training is due to start in Shimon Hoja, to the south. If you're ready and willing to show off your skills to a few eager hunters, we'll be waiting you there. was not the button I wanted to hit. There we go. Alright. And now we're heading in the direction that we need to go to anyway for the other quest. 200 yalms south. Okay. So is it where I'm supposed to go for that sparring match? Or maybe along the ledge? Oops, that's not what I wanted to hit. Aha, it's right there. Okay. Let me grab this quest real quick. Wook-san is missing an apprentice and needs you to go find him. Greetings, traveler. If you aren't in a hurry to get to your destination, I have a situation on my hands that I need some help resolving. One of my apprentices is away on a job, but they've been gone for longer than usual. He might just be taking his time with the task, but I'd like you to check on him, just in case. As much as I'd like to go myself, I have to keep an eye over the foundry. Could you do this for me? I sent him to the western region of Shman Hoja. Assuming he followed my directions, you should be able to find him there. Meow. First things first. Let's beat up some recruits and also grab that ether current. Mine. Now, is the next one gonna be... Well, okay. It's saying south and it's somewhere in Jatika. Welcome, Shizune. It's good to see you. It's good you came. I was beginning to worry my Vostral brush would become bored. And bored prey makes for boring sport. Is that surprise I sense? What else did you expect? Summon the brethren of Brosh train the beasts of our namesake to fight alongside them. Me, for one. Now, go on. Show these kittens what a real fighter is made of. I don't expect any quarter from you. Okay, can I summon my partner then? Thanks. Real generous of you to let me do that. What is that sound that Shadowbringer? It like squeaks. Why? There we go. Oh, there's another one of you. Okay. Well, they lasted longer than I expected, at least. Nothing's a better teacher than bitter defeat, hey? I'll mend their hurts later. Don't worry, the only lasting wounds will be to their ego. Now, you probably have better things to do than humor an old man and his pets. Let's get back to Ikbrosh, and we'll see about getting you paid for your efforts. One moment. I've got a missing person to find. Oh, right. This is where I finished the quest. Gotta head over here to actually do it. Oh, it looks like he's fine. Maybe. What do you want from me? What? Ukzon sent you? He shouldn't be surprised I've been gone so long. He's the one who gave me all this work. I can't even see the end of it. Say, maybe you could help me. I meant to spread this insect repellent around the trees, but if I did it myself, I'd be here till the morrow. I'll take this area. Why don't you cover the trees to the southeast? I know you probably didn't come here to get your hands sticky, but I'm counting on you. Fine. Also, yeah, pretty sure that one to the south is way south. Here we go. This one. And where is it? It's on the other side. Two. And three. This went much faster with 2 pairs of hands, and I thank you. I'm done here, so I think we can safely say that the forest is safe from hungry pests. You might be wondering why blacksmiths would care about the health of the trees, but you have to remember that weapons are made of more than just steel. Wood's a vital part of every one, and the Fanged Foundry is in charge of all the green you see from one end of the Utomu horizon to the other. If we let the insects have their way, we wouldn't have a single usable haft or bow to our names. That's why an apprentice's most important duty is applying fresh coats of repellent from time to time. Anyway, there's no more work to be done here, so I'd best get back to that worrywart. I clicked the button too soon. Be seeing you, traveler. There you are! My apprentice told me you helped him with his work. You didn't need to, but I thank you, all the same. I suppose now you know why he was out there in the first place. Now, we don't delegate that task to apprentices because we think we're above it. Spending time among the materials they'll be using gives them the knowledge to choose the right ones for the job. This goes for wood and ore both. That's why we do our work here, in the midst of nature's bounty. Few artisans can boast to have such intimate knowledge of their materials as the Jabral. That being said, perhaps I gave the lad too much to do this time around. Seems even I still have much to learn, eh? Now, go ahead and take this. A fair reward for fair work. Thank you. Alright, quest chain time. Once we turn in this last quest. There you are, Shizune. Thank you for giving me a bit of your time today. The techniques we use to tame the forest beasts have been passed down through generations among the Jabral. You can imagine they were of great use to us during our war with the Mamulja. Even during these peaceful times, having a few animals at our beck and call makes our daily hunting all the easier. Of course, we don't need as many as before, so many of our companions were released back into the wild. Even so, I can't let the knowledge of my forebears die with me. In quiet times as well, I must sharpen their fangs. That being said, my Brosh seem less and less keen to face intelligent foes. But I'm content to just have them hunt by my side. I may have tamed them, but that doesn't change their nature. Still, I reckon we all learned something from you today. Even me. You deserve this reward for helping me keep my own fangs keen. Tiat Rose seems to be taking your measure from afar, and perhaps appears pleased with what he sees. Hello? Hello there, Shizune. You don't know me, but I've seen you keeping company with the Third Promise. I've been wanting to speak with you, if you have a moment. The name's Tiat Ro, and I'm a hunter here. Well, almost a hunter. I have need of a strong arm to accompany me on my next foray, and I'd be honored if it belonged to one of Wuklamat's mighty companions. I know you must be a busy woman, but everyone else has their own duties to attend to, and our village has a rule that none can hunt alone. I'd be forever grateful if you joined me. Why does it have to be me? Well, I need to take every chance I have to gain experience if I want to be accepted by the more senior hunters, and working with you is sure to be enlightening. Alright, I'll do it. Great, then let's be off. The hunting grounds are to the north. See you there, Shizune. Our quarry is a Tiaita. They're quick and clever, a challenge for any hunter. But their meat is tasty enough to make all the trouble worth it. They're partial to tree sap, so they're often up among the branches nibbling away. If we wait at the base of a tree covered in the stuff, they'll probably come down to defend their score. Of course, they aren't the only animals roaming the wilds. The stealthy Bosral Brosh have made meals of more than one innocent soul, so keep an eye out, eh? I'll try the nearby trees. You should go a bit deeper into the forest so we can cover more ground. Meet me back here once you're done. And good luck, Shizune. Alright. Avoiding the Brosh shouldn't be too hard. There he is. You made it! I've only just returned myself, and I'm eager to compare our catches. Yep. What? This is a Vosrel Brosh! You went against it alone and won? I know this isn't exactly what I was looking for, but like I said, these pose a danger to the whole village. Having one fewer hungry Brosh out there is something we can all be thankful for. I had a feeling about you, and I'm glad to know I was right. I'm sure they'll let us attempt the trial after this. Trial? I suppose I ought to explain. You see, there's a reason I'm so keen to gain experience as a hunter. I want to join the Brethren of Brosh, but they won't accept just anybody. No, only hunters with finely honed skills and intuition are even considered. I still remember the day I decided I would be one, or be one of them. I was young and foolish, and thought I could hunt on my own in defiance of the rules. Then a beast snuck up on me, its fangs bared. I thought I was done for, but then an arrow struck it down. It was one of the Brethren of Brosh. He saved me, and ever since I've wanted to do the same. To watch over the forest and keep it safe, or keep it a safe place for others. I can't think of a better way to spend my days. But their trial is conducted in pairs. I'd ask one of the brethren to assist me, but all of them have been so busy lately. They aren't forthcoming with the details, but I've gathered that the beasts of the forest have been behaving strangely lately. Either way, they have bigger things to worry about than the ambitions of a novice. But you're as good as any of them. If we do the trial together, we're sure to make it through. Please say you'll help me. This is my chance to finally be of use. If you think I'm good enough. That's what I wanted to hear. There's no one else I'd rather have. This brings me one step closer to my dream, and I have to do everything in my power to go the rest of the way. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, another quest popped up. I didn't even see that one. Well, Teatro would share the bounty of the forest with his village. Now that I have another hunt under my belt and a worthy partner, I can finally ask the brethren to let me undertake their trial. But first, we have to bring our catch back to the village and divvy it up. Why don't you help pass it around? I'm sure everyone will be overjoyed to get a delivery from none other than the Third Promise's companion. Don't worry, I'll take care of the messy part and cut our quarry up into the proper portions. Meet me in the village when you're ready. Oh, there's a couple of quests. There's a couple of quests all over the place that I missed. Whoops. I was wondering why I was only seeing one Ether Current quest. Ready to get these bits and pieces into the right hands? Good, because I've just finished separating them. I want you to bring the best pelt and bone to the bunch to the weaponsmith. He's always taken good care of me, and I'd like to repay him in some small way. Tiatalik gets the meat. She's the wife of one of the Brethren's fiercest hunters, and if I'm going to join them, I'd best pay my respects. As for the rest, I know more than a few of the village's matrons who would love something special to feed their families. I'll handle that. Give the others my regards, Shizune. Oh, hello. Are you looking for Ralva? I'm afraid his duties have taken him away for a while. Nope, I'm looking for you. This lean red meat is often served in stews throughout the households of a Grosh. Stew. Oh, this is from Tiaro? It looks delectable. I think I'll serve it tonight, in fact. Speaking of which, when is young Tiaro planning on undertaking the trial? Ralva was supposed to be his partner, but lately the brethren have had their hands full. I only hope their work settles down soon, but who can say when... Aye, I'm the weaponsmith here. You say you have something from Teatro? Yep. This bone is used in the construction of both weapons and shields. The soft yet sturdy pelt of the Tietia is a favorite of smiths and tailors alike. Ah, these are excellent. See this needle-shaped bone? It supports the Tiatia's webbed wings and can be carved into deadly spear pits. The pelt is surprisingly sturdy as well. The Brethren of Grosh have been ordering more equipment lately, and supplies are running low. This will help us meet their needs for a while longer. Give Teatro my thanks, will you? Yep, will do. So, how are the old man and Tiati Leek? I hope they enjoyed their gifts. I can say for certain that the matrons did. It's customary for hunters to share their catch with the whole village. It makes us all one big happy family. And guess what? While I was on my errand, I ran into one of the brethren. I told him I was ready for the trial, and he accepted. He said to be ready soon. Oh, now I'm starting to get nervous. Teatro needs to focus before his trial. Oh, this is the moment I've been dreaming of, but I can't shake these butterflies in my stomach. Being nervous is only natural. You're right. I need to clear my head. Why don't you come with me? I've always found taking in the view at Night Stalker's shadow puts my mind at ease. Also, don't any of you guys worry. I will be doing fates between streams. So by the time stream starts tomorrow, I will have increased mount speed. Oh, that was a failed shortcut. Whoops. I should have just stuck to the path. I almost forgot how calming this place is. Coming here was the right decision. Before us stretches the Jatika heartland. Go on, Shizune. Take it all in. dense trees as far as the eye can see. Under their branches live the Mamulja, who we fought against for so long. The Brethren of Grosh were formed during that conflict, and the very whisper of their presence struck fear into the hearts of our enemies. They would be sent off into battle with rousing words. Fearless warriors, go forth into your domain. The forest bows to your right, the forest bows to your might, equal only by the forest falls silent at your footfalls, for the predators have come. After the Dawn Servant brokered peace between our peoples, the name was taken up by a group of our most seasoned hunters. Their duty was no longer to fight, but to protect the forest and serve its people. But the Brosh is king of the entire forest. Those who claim its name should do more to honor it. Yoctel doesn't end at these cliffs, as you can see. But even so, the Brethren don't watch over the Jatika heartland. Even though the war is over, Ikbrash and Mamuk stand apart in tense silence. So tense that our hunters dare not set foot into the paths below. But I think we can do better. We all live under the same boughs, after all. Why shouldn't we hunt together? Why shouldn't we work hand in hand to keep our home safe? It's a beautiful dream. Thank you. It might still be just a dream, but I mean to see it realized. So, first things first. I passed the trial and joined the Brethren. Everything starts from there. Thank you for joining me on this bit of soul searching. The road ahead feels clearer now. And next in our path is the trial. Ra and the others are meant to test our mettle at the Jobrit Cinderfield. We've hunted together already, Shizune, and now we fight together. Let's show them what we've got. Count on me. But in the meantime, oh hey, look at that! This side quest takes me right past the other side quests I need to do. So I don't need to go out of my way. The young Jabral needs someone to follow a suspicious individual. Ho there, friend. I require someone with a stealthy tread to help me shed light on a little mystery. Interested in a bit of work? Recently, I've observed one of the older residents of Ikbrash coming and going from the Jobrit Cinderfield. Quite unusual, since that place is nothing but a barren wasteland, ravaged by war. Of course, I don't want to be seen prying into private matters, so I can't ask the others about it. But if he's up to no good, I need to know about it. Will you follow him for me? He usually makes his regular journey to the Cinderfield around this time. Once you find him, stick to his tail. But don't get too close, or else this will all be for nothing. Oh no, an Erisic Pelu Pelu? Are you okay? The Erisic Pelu Pelu needs someone to walk where he cannot. Ugh. You there. I have work for you, if you'll take it. I'll pay you, of course. Quite well. I need you to collect 2 samples. Equipment from Josh Shilik at the Fanged Foundry, and fabric from Bolinen at Ikrash. I can't go myself, as you can see. The damned dirigible shook like a fucking alpaca with every gust of wind. One step and I'm... Ugh. Gross! But okay. Alrighty, and then we have this side quest here. What are you? The unnerved hunter appears too frightened to move. You travel with Luke Lamont, don't you? That means you must be strong, and strong's what I need right about now. These ruins tend to attract wild beasts, so we send out regular patrols to check them from time to time. But as soon as I got here, I was overwhelmed. I managed to fight them off and escape, but my weapons broke in the struggle. I can't hope to finish my patrol now unless I want to end up as some fiend's lunch. I hate to shirk my duty like this, but I have no choice but to ask you to patrol the area in my stead. Those things might still be lurking about. If you find them, I reckon you know what to do. Anything here? You sense no hostile presences nearby. Okay. Oh, hello. Two down. You sense no hostile presences nearby. You're back. I heard the sounds of battle, but all seems quiet now. Thank you. You wouldn't think it to be the ruin, or think it to see the ruins now, but this place used to be a vibrant village of gatherers. They took their bounty from the verdant nature around them. But they weren't a fighting people, and as our conflict with the Mamulja escalated, one by one they chose to find safety elsewhere, until their home was abandoned completely. Ileana So means scars that remain, and this place is a scar that we all bear. We keep the old buildings here as a reminder of the toll war exacted on us all, so that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Well, I'd better report to the hunters that all is well. Here, please accept this token of my gratitude. Thank you. Now, let's continue with this trial for Teatro. We'll be facing another pair of hunters. The Brethren have taken the time to arrange this despite how busy they are, so I hope that means they see something in me. I don't see them anywhere, though. I guess there's nothing for it but to wait here. Uh-oh, the butterflies in my stomach are back. Jafro has a nervous look on his face. Where are they? Is this part of the trial? Oh, this isn't good. Maybe we're supposed to hunt one of the animals around here. But if I'm wrong and the others come while we're gone... Jafro! Ralva? You're alone. I thought the trial was... Plans have changed. Beasts not native to these parts were sighted to the south. They look like walking blue flowers, but they have the appetites of a predator. We must track them down and stop them before any of our own come to harm. Help us do that, and the Brethren of Brash will welcome you with open arms. I take it you're here to act as Scatro's partner. If even the Third Promise deemed you a worthy ally, then I'd be glad to have you along on this hunt. My partner and I will go after the beasts headed toward the village. You two head south and try to find out where these blue-flowered beasts are coming from. And if you run into any, slay them then and there. Consider it done. May your quarry fall swiftly. Come with me, Shizune. Mm-hmm. That's deep, and I bet if I fell, I would be stuck. Which is why it won't even let me. Okay, cool. That would have been really bad. Those look familiar. I got one, but they just keep pouring forth from the Jatika heartland. A few got away and fled deeper into the Cinderfield. Can you go after them? I'll stand watch over this area in case any more appear. Yeah. Oh, hello. So it's not just one type of creature that's coming up here, it's a couple. Where is he? He is... Oh, let's see here. Shizune, I knew you'd make quick work of those things. I searched the nearby area, and I think we took care of them all, for now. The other hunters should have made their way to the village by now, so let's catch up with them and give them the good tidings. Yeah, sure. Just give me a minute. other quest wants me to start where? Up here. Destination behind a tree. Sounds good. Now, who am I supposed to stalk? Ha. Man, stealth mission on hard mode. You don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me. Nobody's here. Nope. I'm just a very dead, burnt out tree. Petrified wood, really? Time to Scooby-Doo it! Ha! Leave it to the other side of the hallway. Well, road, but you get my point. That's right. I am a figment of your imagination. You don't see me. When do you guys think they'll give us an emote that is just you holding some twigs like Nashu's Stalker from the Hildebrand quest? This looks like a good tree for hiding. Although I may have to cross the road after. Things are very wide open. Not that it's much better on the other side, but... Uh-oh, wait, do I need to be sprinting? Okay. Uh-oh. Wait, where am I supposed to... Oh, I see. I thought that was the end of the quest. Get it. Here's the ads. Or at least until we finish this quest. Free. No, I fucked up. Never mind. I'm not snoozing the ad. I'll see you guys in like 3 minutes. And then we'll finish up these last couple of quests and call it a night. So yeah, I will see you guys soon. Alright, we're back. Now, let's try this again. There it goes. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh! No, go away! You're gonna make me fail this quest! I'm gonna keep following him while we do this. Maybe it'll leave me alone. But okay. Out of combat. You don't see me. You don't see me. I'm withdrawing river because... That's right. We're good. Whoop. You feel eyes on your back? No, you don't. Oh, right, he's running. Oh, we're okay, we're okay. We're not gonna lose him. Oh, hey, there's the dead beast from earlier. On the other quest. Nope, nope, nope. That's right. They're safe now. Definitely not being followed by little old me. Man! You mean I literally failed the quest actually right at the end? Alright, no one saw me. I just have to wait until the goods get here. Maybe I'll be home in time for dinner. Hey, what you doing? What? Did you follow me here? I guess I wasn't as sneaky as I thought. I'm not doing anything wrong, despite how this looks. I'm trading with Mamook, all under the blessing of Humnuruk. We have to be secretive about it, though. You see, we deliver valuable foodstuffs to Mamook. Meats and vegetables that are hard to come by in their parts of the woods. In return, we get Jatika bananas. Each party leaves their goods in carts and collects them when the other is out of sight. For a while after hostilities ceased, trade didn't have to be so cloak and dagger. But many of the Mamulja who are willing to embrace change have left for Tuliolal, and those who remain bear old grudges. So, we choose a path of discretion. Of course, I don't blame the people of Mamook. Even in Ikbrash, there are those who can't forget the past. Trading like this appeases both sides, even though our dealings aren't exactly unknown to most. I take it the one who asked you to follow me was young, yes? Too young to know to overlook an old man wandering into these blasted wastes. Any road, it's time I took my goods and returned home. If you could tell that lass you lost sight of me, I'd be grateful. She'll accept the truth more easily if she discovers it for herself. Alright. What am I doing? What? Okay. And now I just set River to auto run and give myself a little stretch. Hopefully I don't run into anything bad. So far, so good. And I'm back into control. Uh-oh. Leave me alone. Okay, once we turn this in, I can hit return. Actually, wait. I might have to go back there anyway, depending on where that other quest has me turn it in. So let me actually go back here first. Hey, Teatro. And Ralva. We're in your debt, Shizune. Ik Brosh can rest easy, for today at least. Hello. Shizune, you'll be glad to know that the beasts have been exterminated, and no one from the village was hurt. That's about as good as an outcome as we could have asked for. I mean, you could have found out why those monsters were coming here and solved the problem. But as glad as I am, I still had to rely on you to finish what I started, even though it was a test of my skills. I don't know if I deserve to be part of the Brethren. Ah, but you're forgetting the most important rule of brotherhood, Teatro. I am? None must hunt alone. Why do you think this rule exists? And why do you think the trial is done in pairs? Forests fight with desperation to survive. In contending with such foes, even a single moment of carelessness can prove fatal. Any hunter who thinks that they can protect the forest and its people alone won't live as a hunter for long. You're right, Ralva. How could I forget? I still have so much to learn. That you do. But this all started when you realized you needed Shizune's help. And for that, you should be commended. For that choice led to the eradication of the flowered beasts from our home, and allowed us to locate their source. Oh, you did figure it out. Okay. You followed my orders most admirably, and I look forward to seeing how you perform on your next duty. Does that mean... From this moment forward, you are one of the Brethren of Brosh. We are brothers, and I will forge you into a hunter we can all rely upon. I won't disappoint you. As for you, Shizune, I'm sorry you got dragged into our crisis. But considering our homes are safe and I now have a new brother, I'm grateful for your presence. Thank you for agreeing to be my partner, Shizune. As a full-fledged hunter, I'm ready to make all my dreams a reality. Just you watch. I look forward to it. Your work starts now, Teatro. Come with me. Of course! Well, Shizune, I suppose this is goodbye for now. I hope to see you around Ik Brosh again. Yeah! Alright, now let's finish this last quest and turn everything in. You're here on behalf of the merchant? He wanted fabric samples, if I recall. I have them ready, so you can deliver them to him directly. Also, be sure to pass on my apologies that I could not meet the vast quantity he requested. We are a self-sufficient people, you see, and do not produce goods with a mind to sell them en masse. Still, I hope what I've provided meets with his satisfaction. Be well. Last one. Okay, so question, by the way. Are these teeth? Whose teeth? And why? Honestly, even if they're not teeth, they're either teeth or claws or some kind of spine that comes out of something's back. All of those are concerning. You're here at the merchant's stead? I'm sorry. You're here in that merchant's stead? Well, it's all the same to me, so go ahead and take this equipment. Modeled after that used by the Landsguard. I reckon it'll suffice for his samples. And you tell him something for me. Tell him that he's ordering too much. This place wasn't intended to make more than is needed by Ikbrash. That being said, I'm confident that what I'm giving him is of the highest quality. Well, go on then. And don't you forget to deliver my message. Also, like, before somebody's like, oh, maybe it's from Terrell Vidrell. All of them? From the same one? Is this just from, like, a lucky spawning of a Vidrell and they kept the parts? That's also a really huge Vidrell, by the way. So again, I ask, what the fuck? Okay, now I turn in the quests. Go, my little choco-cluck. Run! Run! Ah, wait! Oh, here we go. Young Jabral. You returned. Did you find out where he was going? He was too quick for me. Sorry. Really? Well, these things happen, I suppose. Nevertheless, I thank you for trying. Truth be told, I do have a theory as to what he's up to. You see, every once in a while I'll spot people feasting on Jatika bananas. They never say where they got them from. But if that man is venturing into the lower forest, he could be the one smuggling. but it's too soon to go around making accusations. I'll keep looking into the matter until I find the truth. Until I find the truth, let's both keep quiet about this, eh? As promised, you deserve a reward for your time. Safe travels. Oh, there you are. I'm feeling much better, in case you were wondering. So, did you bring the samples? I'll have you know I intend to count every last one of them. Yep, here you go. Ah, beautiful. Thank you for helping this deal go smoothly. As for the quantities, well, it's unfortunate, but I'll take what I can. And I do still intend to count them, you can be sure. Goods from Ikbrash are usually acquired through negotiations with the Jabral. We can only purchase small amounts, and they're usually brought all the way from the village. Their equipment is sturdy and reliable enough for hunters and soldiers alike, and their fabrics are light, breathable, and stylish. Any tribe would buy these, and in amounts approaching quadruple digits. So that's why I added a few more zeros to my order numbers this time. Alas, it seems I'll have to revisit my plans for mass production after I return to Tuliolo. Speaking of which, there's still time until the dirigible departs. I suppose I should take a walk over solid ground while I can, and try not to think of my return voyage. Once again, thank you for aiding in a profitable deal. Not as profitable as I had hoped, mind you, but you still deserve this for your efforts. There we go. Alright. And with that, I'm going to return to Ikbrash. And we are gonna wrap up for tonight. So yeah, thank you everybody so much for joining me. Emery, if you're still here, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow with more Final Fantasy XIV. We will be heading down to the Jatika... What's it called? I almost called it the Great Wood, but no, that's Raktika. The Jatika Heartland. There we go. Also, I do wonder if there's a connection between the Jatika Heartland and Raktika, even though they're located in completely different areas of their respective worlds. Anywho. Yeah, tomorrow we'll be heading down to the Jatika Heartland. My hope is that tomorrow we will be completing the rest of the Yoctel portion of MSQ, including the dungeon. And then on Sunday we'll have another thing going on. We'll see if we're able to pull that off. But yeah. That's at least what I'm hoping will happen. But yeah, thank you everybody so much for joining me tonight. If you haven't already, please hit that follow button. Subscribe to my YouTube. Subscribe on Twitch. If I'm at 100 subs at the end of February, we'll be playing Left 4 Dead 2 for a stream next month. Every month I set a sub goal. Usually it's 100, unless I'm not going to be streaming that whole month. But as long as I'm streaming for a full month, the sub goal is 100 subs. And then I let my community vote in the Discord for what I'm going to have to play if we hit that sub goal. And this month they chose Left 4 Dead 2. So yeah, and again, be sure to check out my YouTube. I'm being more on top of actually posting YouTube shorts. And by shorts, I mean stream clips, because I have been doing pretty okay with, oh my god. With, my little short series that I post on Fridays, which is How Comfy Is That Floor? Have you ever died in Final Fantasy XIV? and while waiting to be resurrected and found yourself staring at the floor, wondering how comfortable it actually is? Well, be sure to check out my series on YouTube, because that's exactly what I am evaluating. Up this week, I believe it's Temtara. Not Temtara. The other T one in the forest. Totorock. Right? Yeah? Yeah, this week is Totorock. So yeah, people seem to really enjoy it. I'm having a lot of fun with it. So yeah, go check that out on my YouTube channel. And yeah, anyway, I am gonna send you guys over to let me make sure he's still streaming. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure that Twitch wasn't being slow to update, and I was about to send you guys to somebody who'd already wrapped up. Anyway, we're gonna raid Hooray for Nue. He is in he is in patch 5.1 MSQ. It looks like he's about to head to the dungeon. So yeah, go say hi to Nue for me. And until I see you all again, I hope you have a good night, stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye!